Okay, let's try this again. Um, right. So, is it this one? It is. All right. I'm back with armor and stuff. Um, Pretty abrupt end to everything last time. So I've moved everything back out into the garage in the hopes and prayers that I will not be invaded during various. So I had a little bit of a faff with this earlier, just because last time I had established that that was too big and this was considerably better. Um, just as far as it doesn't then cut into my arm, so I can still kind of move stuff around without it being sort of slicing me under my arms. So based on this, I drew these out on paper, and I'm now drawing more things on paper just to see where I'm at. So I had a little look at the back, and I made a little back piece. It's going to sit around there-ish. A couple of slits in here, so I've got a rough idea where I need to do darts, etc. But I can't do a whole lot more on that until I've done kind of the lats, and I want them to be pretty thick. So my plan is to. I know I'd said last time I'm basically looking to sculpt onto Boris. I wasn't kidding. My plan is basically to take bubble wrap and get kind of an idea of what I want the lats to look like. And I know that's then going to definitely cut into the underarms. Meh, frankly. Just meh. There will be aspects of this that I will just have to suck up and deal with. And I think that's going to be one of them. But, having said that, I don't want them to be too ridiculous. So I've done similar before with King Crimson. So what I'm thinking is, if I half this-ish, and the nice thing about being back out in the garage, in fairness, is that I can get a couple of different views going. Because I got one back here, one over here. So it's probably going to be a little bit easier to see what I'm doing. Hopefully. That is the hope. So, I want that over there. Can I then double that up? Yeah. Yeah, I can. Totally can. I've got to make sure I'm getting that at the right angle as well. So, it's going to be what? About that sort of thing. Because I think the mistake I made with King Crimson was I made everything a little too exaggerated. So I think if I go not quite as hard with this, it may serve me better. But as I say, angle is the main thing. So I'm going to tape this together. Yeah, let's use actual tape. Why not? I tape this end like that. And then try and wrap it so that it stays sort of even-ish. Okay, that's not terrible. Then I'm going to try and figure out the angle that I want this to be So it goes quite a bit thinner in here. I wonder if that is true to life. Basing it off of that as well. Okay, let's say I go in and up here like that. Keeping in mind that is a thing that exists. Right. Okay. Okay. Plan is to get hench. Yes. Follow the ribs. Your intercostal is positioned at a slight downward angle. Yes. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you kindly. I am determined to get it right this time, because last time it was a little bit of a mess, and it looked a little bit silly. So, yeah. I mean, ultimately the plan was very much to just get swole, and then that fell through pretty hard. So, yeah. Oh well. It is what it is. Okay. That then gives me some idea of what I'm doing with my life. And then I can base my paper patterns on that. And then hopefully get some foam out of that as well. So I'm getting to the point now where I'm like, I'm in March. I only have until October. Fly to the moon. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It's slightly ridiculous, but there you go. Okay. That is not bad. Maybe slightly down on that. That's pretty okay. That's pretty okay, right. Now I'm going to do the same on the other side, or at least something similar on the other side. Try not to cough into the mic. Deafen everyone. Is that roughly? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, pretty much. I'm using actual tape on this rather than masking tape, because actual tape is more likely to stay where it is. Masking tape, I'm doing where I want to be able to kind of move things around and take bits off. So, that, in terms of thickness, it's about the same. So then, if I just slice off a little bit on one end, let me tape one end first. Tape this bit first. Like that. It's roughly the same thickness. So if I say it goes up to what? Here. And then I'll tape that end as well. It's going to be slightly bigger in it. Yeah, because I was doing it on top rather than alongside. I'm a genius. That's fine, I can take a little bit extra off. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Okay. Right. Then I want to be doing similar on this side. So if that's there, I want to have that roughly doing the same sort of thing on that side. Masking tape. Hate it when it does that. Right, follow this round. Let's say around that-ish. Let me get rid of the crummy end on this. Okay, right. Now, in theory, I'm hoping I can get quite a lot of progress made on this today, because I have a full day off and no super critical things that I need to get done beyond, like, shopping for various. But that's not, I can do that tomorrow. Don't worry about symmetry. Human body's not symmetrical. True. Yeah, true. That is true. And in fairness, I only really need half, and then I can mirror it in my patterns anyway, so it's no biggie. This is mostly so I get an idea of what I'm patterning, which is roughly that. Ish. Probably go more for that side, in fairness. I think I prefer that side. But we'll see. See where I end up with it. So, with that in mind, I have more of this kicking about down here, because I want to be able to get it to sort of slope off in there. And I can probably do that out of foam, in fairness. What have I got for scraps? Let's have a look. These are all bits and pieces I used last time. That's a pretty big piece. I can probably do something with this. Fun fact, ribs below the sternum don't line up. Ah, I didn't know that. Then I don't know why I would know that, but interesting. See, anatomy is one of those things I looked at a while ago and thought, hey, that would be a really useful and cool thing to actually study. And then I just never did. I do that with a lot of things. I'll look at something and think, oh, wouldn't it be fun? Psychology was a big one, right? Psychology is fascinating. I'm super interested. And then I just decided not to pursue it. I started looking into some bits and pieces and was like, yes, interesting, tell me more. And then just stopped. That's pretty typical of how I tend to approach things. Okay, I've got that here, and I know that this is the back piece in there. And that needs to be higher, or... Okay, that's all the way up there. Maybe I need to bring this up a bit. Maybe if I bring this up in line directly with the underarm, I would have an easier time of things. If I do that, that, how does that then look? Does that look weird? Not weird, but it doesn't look great. Still prefer it being lower. I might just have to rethink how I pattern the back a little bit. Yeah, that's better. In fairness, I think this needs to be slightly thicker anyway. So maybe what I do with this is take some more of this and add a bit. Maybe that's what I do. I've got scissors, why am I trying to rip it? Problem solved. Okay. I reckon if I add a little bit in kind of at that lower point, I can shape it to be a little more accurate anyway. Yeah. Let's take this annoying scraggly bit and try and make something out of it. let's say that's better. That is better. Definitely thinner up there. Probably a bit thinner in there. But that works. Tape. Let's whack that on there. And maybe if I lengthen that bit slightly. That seems a little better. Let's tape that to that. And then this in here. And that under there. That seems pretty reasonable. Okay, that's better. And then I think I will just have to take it up from there. So and I want to follow that. And it's just kind of an up. Do I got a few little teeny tiny scrappy bits. Maybe I can make something out of these. Hate wasting stuff. So if I can avoid it at all ever, then I absolutely will. So I think, I mean, it needs to flatten off though, that's the thing. Is that at the minute pretty thick? But a couple of C's on that one. So can I flatten it a bit? Yeah, a little bit, a little bit. Let's say I took this, flattened that down to that. And to that. Okay, that is then less ridiculous. And then what have I got drawn out? Okay, so it does just kind of connect directly. So maybe I just have to make the back piece longer. Only trouble with that is anything flat going across a curve is a pain in the ass. So I don't want to take it up too high. I think this needs to come up slightly sooner. So maybe what I do with that is take a little bit off of here. That. If I take a little bit out from under here as well. And kind of twist it. That seems better. I think ultimately what I'd like to do is sculpt on top of this once I have the basics in. But it makes sense to map in the basics first. So I'm not wasting anything. I've got tons of plasticine kicking about from other projects. And I like sculpting. Okay. I think if I were to... See, that sits on top of that pretty nicely. But then that whole thing looks very thick with foam on top of it. Where is my... That was the old version, that's the new one. So if I've got this sat on here, in fairness... Yeah, that's going to connect into that anyway. So that's going to change how that looks, which is fine. And if I then had this as well, yeah, that's the thing. That takes up a whole bunch of space. So this still needs to be flatter, which is fine, because I can just take it off and make it flatter. Alright. Suppose what I could do, actually... No, I should be able to just cut away a bunch of what's in here. Let's see. Let's see if this works or not. I may just be making my life difficult for no reason. Helping hand from Robo Squid. Yo, that goes hard. Did you ever settle on any VTuber stuff in the end? That just reminded me. Because if you did, I would absolutely rock up. I'd be super down for that. It's hilarious. I know we just kind of discussed it in passing. Yeah, thin layers. I think so. I think so. I think that's going to be the way to play this. Just going to hack away a bunch of it. Yeah, old man badger gone rabid. Yes, absolutely. I think that'd be great. I still like the idea of secret made output. I think that's great. Just drop it in there like nothing happened and then immediately back. Okay, I think that's going to work better. So, let's do this. That looks better. Okay. Take a bunch of the bulk out of that. Oh yeah, I forgot about your PC. Damn. Yeah, I totally forgotten about that. That is pain, to be honest. Then I don't know, I suppose it depends. It depends how much you use it for various. Because I know, like, for me, I love my PC, it's great. And it's got everything that I need. I just don't get to use it for much, because I'm usually working. So I suppose it depends how much it affects, like, your day-to-day, you know, as to how much that really matters. Because if you're like an editor or something, then yeah, damn, that's a massive problem. I suppose it's one of those things that's just, priorities. I am not reading that. I learned this the other day when I was streaming and I got tricked into saying something super uncool. Now I've started reading things before I read them aloud. So nah, dealing with less than none of that. I don't know what I've set up as far as like my chat settings. I think it's fairly good as far as not having uncool terms of phrase available. Oh, ignore the music bot, by the way. I had intended to get music set up and I just haven't. Like, I'm not even gonna say, oh, I'm working on it, because I'm not. I'm just not. Maybe I'll get around to it eventually, but right now I have no plans to do so. So, oh well. In fairness, like, I don't think it's the end of the world, because it just means that you can have your own music on in the background. So, I think that's fine, personally. Because initially I looked at it like, oh, you know, I want it to seem fairly professional. I said, yeah, whatever. Who cares? At this point, genuinely, who cares? Okay, that seems a fair bit better. I'm more okay with that. And once I've got that on there as well, because really this needs to go under this. That seems better. Okay. That seems better. Alright. Progress. Progress exists and is being made. Got to start somewhere, literally, right? Because I've always been one of those people, like, if I can't do something immaculately straight away, then I just don't bother. And I've been working really hard to get around that. Because it's one of those, you know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So it's better to just shoot and see than to not shoot at all. Ah, got a bounce. Fair play, fair play. Thanks for popping in, though. Very much appreciated. And I'll probably catch you again at some point. So I imagine I'll be doing this again tomorrow. Hopefully, in theory. But yeah, catch you on the flip side. Thanks for popping in. I will continue to dick about with this and see what I can make of it. Hopefully have something to show fairly soon. If you're on later, see you then. Yeah, no worries. No worries. As I say, I've got no idea how long I'm actually going to be here for today. So, who knows? Who knows? I'd rather be here longer than not. So, we'll see. See how lucky I get. As I say, I don't really have any, like, major priorities for today. Okay. Where do I want to take this, is the question. Let's say... Let me move all my other patterns somewhere. Let's put them over there. Right. I need to build up this extra little bit. So, what do I do that with? Do I do that with this? And just sort of pinch it at the end? Maybe, actually. Maybe that's how I play that. Suppose, really, I could kind of build up this whole bit, which is not the worst. Let's say I did something akin to that. And I just wrapped up this end like that. And then stuck that on there. That seems reasonably acceptable. As far as just getting something on there, seems pretty okay. Just add to that slightly. That's a little bit better. So let's take that onto that, like that. And then that on out there-ish, I reckon. That seems pretty okay. Then I want to get foam on top of that. So, question then is paper or nah? I think foam and then move it onto paper after the fact, like I did last time, because that then gives me the more accurate patterns for things. So, I would say, yeah, I'd say foam, really. I can do that, then it changes there anyway, so maybe I don't do that. Move some of my stuff again. Leave that there. Scraps, super useful. Back piece, which I may have to mess with anyway, which is really no biggie, to be fair. No biggie. Okay. That was the old one. This is the new one. Where does the back sit now, out of interest? Out of interest. Okay, that's still up high, which is not a problem, but if I want that to work the way it does on here, maybe I just have to bring this a lot lower. It's going to look weird if it's low, so maybe I don't do that. Alright, I'll figure this out. Let me whack that with the other pattern bits for now. And try and pattern something based on this side. So, I'm going to take this bit off. Technically, I don't actually need that bit. I'm only doing half, because these bits will be the same, right? The armor itself is, like, design-wise, slightly asymmetrical, but this bit stays pretty consistent. There is the bit under here that I want to do that sort of stands away, but if I get this down first, I can base that underneath on how this turns out, which will then be fine, because it comes in sort of here, looking at what I've got drawn. So, I need to cut some foam and start winging some stuff. How much do I need as far as length? I suppose technically I could unstick this to find out, but I kind of like the positioning and don't really want to mess with it. Not really. So let's not do that. then that takes me back to the, do I just go with paper? Maybe? Let's see what I need for this, because I've got all of this to play with. That's going to be too short. I did it from around here. That's also not quite going to be long enough. Not quite. Okay. Let's say I take... what's the most conservative thing I can do with this? Maybe if I just slice it off in here and then mess with it. Maybe that's how I do this. I've got a lot of foam. Like, it's not really a problem. But if I can be vaguely conservative with it, I'd rather. Oh, hello. Gotta get ready for work. Lurk, fair enough, yep. Ah, I'm glad. I'm glad you think so. Because I've not really been around to do any of this for ages. Because I've been disgustingly busy. So it's nice to be back into this. But yeah, please, you lurk. You lurk. Go nuts. Do what you will. I will just be here thinking. Thinking out loud. Okay. If I said it was till about there, where is a pencil? Because pens are great, but they smudge on foam and it's annoying. Speaking of annoying, there's now a fly on my light box. Great. I'm not going to be able to chase you out, so guess you're along for the ride now, huh? About there. And based on that, let's cut off slightly past that point, because I don't trust myself a whole bunch. About there. Then where does it go down to? Maybe I can be smart about this. What if... how visible would it be if I were to try and mark where all of this sits? Ah, okay. Alright. I can take an orange Sharpie to this and get a rough idea where everything sits. Because it would be really useful if I just removed this piece and drew everything based on that. So, yeah. Let's just say I did that. Now, if I do 1, 1, 1, then I know where the tape sits on that, and say 2, 2, 2, and I know where the tape sits on here, 3, I know where the tape sits on this, because I will lose where I've positioned everything if I don't mark it. 4, under there. That Y is going to annoy me. Whatever. I'm not that pressed, to be honest. That isn't connected to anything, so that's fine. So if I make this 5, that 5, and say the tape is on here. Okay. Then I can take this off without having to sweat a whole bunch. And I can get a rough idea of what this wants to be. Emphasis on rough, though. Right. Let me put that on there. And say that lines up with that. That, like that. Fine. I don't want to do this bit in pen, whatever. Who cares? That. And if I cut slightly outside of that line, then in theory, that. That does sort of that-ish. Comes to about there. Okay. That gives me this. And then if I just go outside of that line, I should have clearance for adding extra nonsense. That fly, please. Bruh. Why? Why now? You've had this whole time. Okay, let me stick this back on. One is in here. Two is in here. Three is up here. Four is down here. And then 5 is back here. Don't understand how that works. Alright, now I do. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's cool. Okay. That's roughly back where it was. Roughly. I don't think it's going to matter a whole bunch, in fairness. Okay. So let's say I can follow this line. And then with this one, a bit of that, and a bit of this. And then see what happens with that. Okay. So, predictably, it becomes a mess, which is fine. That's why I cut outside the line. Because what I can now do is go along here and mark some stuff and try and get it to fit better. Depending on whether I'm even that bothered. I might not be. It might not be bothering me that much. What I think I'll do is I'll take it under slightly up here. I just go in a bit and then up a bit. Like that. Okay, yeah, that kind of that kind of fixed it without having to faff a whole bunch. So let's say I like that bit. So I take a little bit off of here. Just a little bit off of that. Okay, that's better. That's better. Let's take a little bit more off of here. Like that. Because that's pretty okay. So that all works out well, and then I think the problem I'm having is that I need this to then go from... That's cool there. That's pretty okay along here. Then I'm going to say from about here, and then just down like that. See what that does. Okay, not the worst, not the best. Don't mind a whole bunch, though. Maybe I gotta slope it the other way and I'll feel slightly better about it. It's this little bit that's annoying me. So maybe what I need to do is just rip the band-aid off of that. That's better. Okay, I don't mind that a whole lot. That seems okay. The main thing is I definitely want to have it float down. So that might just be a heat gun thing, in fairness. That might be where that ends up. But that is the basic shape, definitely. Okay. That's pretty alright. So if I say... Chest is there. Back is there. Where does that leave me with this? Okay. Once I have a second one, though, we'll see. Then that's based on that under layer existing. So if I were to tape this, what problems would I then have? Well, in fairness, let's translate this to paper and see where I'd have to stick a load of darts and such. Let's see. Let's whack these out the way. Where is that bit of paper? Taped together preemptively. Right. So, let's say I extend the back out a little bit, just so I've got a little bit more room. And I can mess with it accordingly. Okay. That. Da, 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 da. This. Da, da, da. That. That. Okay. So, let me cut out what this becomes. And then I'll extend it along that back bit. Just because it's probably going to be useful to do it that way. Okay. You see what this turns into, and then take that in a second. Alright. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Let me tape this bit up. It's going to get annoying otherwise. And then I might duck out quick just to go get a drink. because I will forget if I don't. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. So this is then just here, back here, and this is right, lat. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, that seems all right. Right, I'm going to BRB real quick, and then I will be back. Okay, I'm back. And I think, yep, this one, awesome. I always forget which is what. Right, what was I doing? First of all, I'm going to start up my music again. There we go. Right. Cool. So, I have this, which sits on there. And that seems fine, because then I can connect that later on. That's fine. So, I then need to consider how that affects this, and also fill in something under there. So I've got this, which is fine. That I'll leave over there for now. I kinda need to tape this to here. And in fairness, I wonder, I were to connect a bunch of these together, they'd be bigger than this. So if I make a bigger version, yeah, stick it under. Does that matter, though? Do I need to do that? If I've got this on here already, do I need to do that? Probably not. Just need to slope it off. So maybe that's all I actually need to do, is have something in here that slopes. So if I tape this on here, so then I need to consider when it comes to actually moulding everything, it needs to be even on each side. Unless I do this... No. Yes. Because if I do that, then I'd have to flip it to be on the other side. Okay. Yes. So, what if I were to... This patterning is one thing. Moulding everything is another thing. But I need to make a foam version first to make sure it fits me anyway. So that was the whole point in chopping this down. Figure out whether it actually looked right on me. So that's a point. I don't have a mirror out here anymore, I don't think. Not a big mirror anyway. So I'd be in under there. I kind of need to go find a mirror to check it before I commit. That's fine. So what I'm going to say is, for now, I'll assume it is fine, and I will put more stuff in under here to bulk this out and see how it sits. Because if I just do it in scraps, yeah, it needs to be wider, right? I think, pretty sure. So let's say I were to take some of the scrap and think, do that, I do that, that, and then cut that out outside of that line by a little bit. And then that doesn't matter, in fairness. I then do that. Yeah. Let's say I do this for a little bit. That's 2. I'll then do I then do another one of these from here. From here? Yeah. Oh, it would be here. Yeah, right, that's fine. That's fine. Right. I've got that on there. This connected to this. So let's say I chop this off from here. As I say, if I'm just building this up with scraps, it doesn't actually matter a whole bunch. So let's say this is then connected to that. Tape. I've never actually made anything in this kind of way before. I quite like it, to be honest. Usually, by the time I'm at foam, it's because it's the final iteration. But doing it this way is pretty helpful, really. And as I say, I'm still kind of looking to do the final thing as an actual sculpt, but we'll see. That might just be, you know, unnecessarily complicated, which would be in character, to be honest. Okay. Let's then say that this is that, this is that, that is that, that is this. Okay. Right. And if I keep roughly the same sort of margin for this, because I'm definitely going to thin it down, I would expect. Yeah, definitely will. But that be slapped on there and then curved round. Okay. So let's then say I did one as a sort of middle ground. And that doesn't even need to be, yeah, that doesn't even need to be the full thing. That can just be little bits in from the sides. So actually, why don't I do it like that? Save a load of foam. So, from there, wants to be, what, that, maybe? Might help if I do it bit by bit. So if I stick that in there, that is an in-between. Maybe what I actually do is draw the thing. So let's say I did it about ish. And from that, cut kind of either side of that line. Like that. Then I've got the big bit. Big bit, little bit cardboard box. Oops. I'm basically trying to see whether I can build this up with foam so I can pattern everything. So let's say I do that bit separately. So if I start just with this, till about there, and the outer edge is the important bit. This might not work, and I might be overthinking it, but I don't know yet. So we'll see. I can match that guideline up with what's already on there. That sits on top of that like that. Yeah, and by the time it's bent round... Okay. Yeah, okay. Alright, maybe. Maybe this is how I do this. Maybe this is how I do this. And then can I just get... Okay, actually, what I could do is try and cut something at an angle. So maybe all I really need to do is cut a bunch of these and use them as spacers all the way along there. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I think I just make a bunch of 5mm spacers and stick them along. So I can then do that with a load of teeny tiny scraps that would otherwise be totally useless, which is already huge, to be honest. Alright. Teeny tiny spacers. Let's do that. Let's do one along here. One in here. Another one in there. Then in theory, should just be able to slope something up to meet it. In theory. Let's see. Kind of a big bit. Maybe I do that up here. That makes sense. That up there. I will say, I do tend to overcomplicate things for the sake of trying to save materials. There will be much quicker ways of doing this, 110%. But I don't like wasting stuff. And as such, I continue to make my life difficult. Oh well. I accept my fate at this point, to be honest. Okay. More scraps. Gimme, gimme. Ah, see, that one's already chopped at kind of the angle I'm thinking I should be doing. And there is a tool for that. I forget what it's called. It's one of those things that I saw on Instagram bookmarked and then never went back to. But it like holds your scalpel at an angle, so you can always cut the same sort of slope. I just don't remember for the life of me what it was. It's quite a lot of gear that I want to get a hold of at some point, to be honest. An airbrush is one of them. I will eventually get an airbrush. Don't know when. It's on my to-do list. I will also be looking at the sword again at some point. I'd actually, the last time I worked on the sword was with my mate again. And, actually managed to... It was a fairly crummy model, but, managed to look at it in AR and get an idea of scale, which was pretty nuts, if I'm honest. And was also obscenely useful, because I then decided, this is kinda too small. So, upped it by about 25% of the original, and went, yep, this is considerably better. So I'm gonna have to mess with that at some point. Because it's going to affect the scaling of the pattern that I made for the guard. So that's a future me problem. But what isn't at this point, you know? Right. And that can sit on there. Like that. And then all I actually have to do is have something that connects those. I think. Let me whack some more spacers along this first. Bigger bits are just going to be more useful, so... Stick that in there. Kind of don't want to connect these in too many places, because the whole point is that this whole thing is going to flex. So that's going to go on there like that. By the time that's done that, yeah. Okay. And then I just want to connect those. So, ooh, actually, there's a thought. There's a thought. Let me connect this in places, and then have an idea. This is still this bit, so... let's take this off for a second. Stick this on. Like that. Yeah, again, because then it curves and it no longer connects. So I need to be vaguely aware of that. So let's say I connected it along here. That. Then see, that then looks less silly than the big thing. So main thing is that I'm following the same curve, which I seem to be. So let's say this then connects to here like that. And along down here, like that. The theory being, by the time I've taped everything, it should follow the curve. And then I know what I'm actually patterning. So that on there. It'd be easier if I did a bunch of these at a time. So let's do that. That. This. And that. One more, why not? Cool. So, back to this. Going up and around there. It's definitely longer than it should be, but that's so I can chop it down after the fact. So, I were to hold that along there. What if I were to be smart and do that? See, I think this is going to be the way to do it. I think if I tape from there, down there, in, and kind of sort of do the same thing the whole way along, I think I'm in with half a chance. That, to my mind, needs to come up higher. More like that. Okay. Yeah, let's say that does that. This I can then do like that. Then this. Keep that on the spacers. Alright, because then I start to see where it's going a little bit weird. So I'm going to tape this top layer to the bottom layer, and then I'm going to take it off again, cut it in various places so that it's more even. At least this way, I know where it wants to sit. And then I know what I'm patterning so I can match the other side. So I'll keep this long for now. Okay. So I think that's all very well. Hmm. Do I want this to come up? Probably. How much do I want it to come up by? Because it goes to about there anyway. Is that really the end of the world? Potentially not, actually. Maybe all I have to do is take it from here. Go up. That. Like that. Maybe that's all I gotta do. Take that off like that. That's better. And then I gotta see what it looks like when it's mirrored on the other side. So, knowing that much, I think I'm gonna say this is the top layer. And then, looking at this, I don't hate it, but if I want to keep it fairly even, then I take it off from here and up along here. I detach a bunch of the little spacers that are sticking out. Because really the smart thing would have been to put the spacers on the top piece. But now I know, and I can do that. So if I take all of these off, and some of this for now. So I know the top layer's okay. Come on. Had this problem last time. Okay. Good enough. Come on, don't rip anything. Right. And let's take this off for a second. Right. So I think I can get another one out of that. Because ultimately, I've got to do this to check the scaling versus me before I can commit to anything. So, with that in mind, let's say that was back on that. That's curved. I kind of want to get rid of this bit up here, that bit there. That's then shallower. And it's allowed to dip down under there, but it needs to come back in again. So, I'm going to say it does that. This. Like that. That's better. Better, closer, warmer. So, let's take all of this apart for now. Regroup. Have a think. Establish the top one. I think this will then be pretty okay as the bottom layer. So let me stick the spacers on the underside of this, because that would have been the smart thing from the get-go. Then I think I might actually be able to cheese this slightly, because I have tape. My thinking being, I should, in theory, be able to create a fairly even slope just by using tape, in theory. Stick all of these on here. And then I'm going to see if I can translate the bigger version to paper. And then roll with that. Okay, so spacers on the little piece. So by the time it sits flat on something, it's not going to go further than it should. And then the big bit, let's see if I can fit that on this from earlier. If I can, that would be a ha 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 ha. Good. And again, I'm not wasting anything. So I am looking at roughly this. I could not draw around my finger in the process. That would be helpful. Okay. Good enough. Then let me tape this bit because that's going to get annoying. Right. Then I will cut this out. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. So at the minute, I don't even know if this is going to be too big or too small or whatever. So it's not going to be too small, but too big. Because modelling stuff on Boris, he is slightly bigger than I am. So I need to factor that in when I'm doing stuff. Because what looks fine on him proportionally will be way too big for me. So just so right lat, bottom layer. Okay. So in theory, yeah. And if I were to cut a couple of these, the idea would be that they'd be vaguely even, vaguely, emphasis on vague, that on there. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is try and tape this onto this so that it winds up as a one sort of piece. So I need to whack this on here to start with. So I know what I'm working to. And then basically, I've got to test it on here first, then take it off of here and try it on for myself. Is the ultimate plan. This. As I say, I expect it to be too big. That is kind of the plan. As much as that sounds counterintuitive, this is meant to be wrong. Because then I know what I'm working to. So, let's take my weird spaced out bit. Whack that on there. And around town. I am going to want this to slope off eventually, so maybe I take the spacers out of here. Put them in here, just to feel slightly better about how that looks. Take that out of there. Put that in there. That in there. That in there. Because I want it to be able to sit flat at a point, then go up, and then sit flat again. So, let's say that does that. Does that. Do I want that to flatten off sooner than that? Maybe. Maybe I do. So maybe I take this one out, move this along here, take this out, and this out. Now that feels better. That on there. That on here. Yeah, that feels better. And it still seems like it sticks out too much at the back. So, okay. Let's take that out of there. Move that up. That along. Take that out. That. Stick one in there instead. How does that look? Considerably less weird, I think. Yeah. That, to me, makes more sense. That. That looks fine where that is. That's the bit where it needs to stick out the most. So maybe what I actually need to do here is that in there and add. Gotta be careful that I'm not doing too much though. So maybe what I'll do is I'll stick extra couple of spacers in this widest point there, and then leave it to plateau at the other points. Needs to be more in here. That. And how does that look from there? Needs to be more further in. Okay, but I'm getting an idea of how this kind of wants to set itself up. So, if I say I want more in there, so let's say I whack in another one of these in here. That. Another one of these in here. Like that. That then should take it up higher along here, which is good. Don't want it high at the edges, though. I want it high in the middle, not at the edges. And then I'll double up with this as well. Take that. Okay. That makes more sense, I think. So let's then whack that across like that and try and hold them in there. That can then go there. And then let's whack one of those there as well. Okay. So it's not particularly easy to see, but I've essentially then got a single layer of thickness on the outside, double that immediately in, and then triple that for that very center. And in theory, that then shapes that whole bit. But I think it all needs to be moved up a bit. So if I put this in up here, this one up there, that one in there like that. How does that look? And that stays as the double. I still think it's too thick along there. So let's say instead of that one, put this one in here. And do I even want to have that one at that point? I'm not sure. Let's put that up further along here. This one further along here. And this one in here. And let's see what that does. See, that looks better. Okay. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Only issue then is how that's sitting. It's not great. So let me faff with that a bit. Let's do that. And then add extra one in there. See what that does. I'm just going to fold these down for now. They're getting annoying. Right. I know I want that to be in there. That to be along there. I think it needs to come up sooner still. So I'm going to whack that all the way up front. Move these. So let's say this one goes in there. This one, maybe I move that one further out. I don't know. Maybe I just need to make that longer. Maybe that's all I need. I do that. And then tape that. That. I can stick this one back from whence it came. That's it, then that's way too thick in there, which is what I thought would happen. Move that back again. Move that in there. Move that in here. Yeah, see, that's way better. In there, at least, but then it's too much back here. So maybe I just need to shave this one down into more of a point. Then I can get away with sitting it further forward. Move this one in here. That one in there. That one back in here. And should be able to pin that one down. Getting closer. It's because there's no graduation from this. That's what's bothering me with that. So let's move this one further back, this one further back, that one further back, and this one further back, so that I can fit this tiny one in there. Does that fix it? Ish. I think this one is bothering me. So let's say I just took that one out, put that in there, put that in there. Does that fix it? Kind of fixes it. Okay, kind of fixes it. I think I just need a couple of extra spaces further along here. Like that. And then maybe one just in there. Maybe that'll even things out slightly. Let's see. Put that in there. Better. Then I don't like what it does along there. So if I take that one out, will that help? Yes. Yes, it will. Okay. So let's whack that up there. Right, that looks a lot better. Then it sticks out a lot here. Not as much as I want it to along here. So maybe I get rid of that one. And that one. Try it like this. Like that. That seems better, but again, that bit feels weird. I don't know, that doesn't look too bad from there. Okay, let me look at it from here. I don't want to do that from there because of that. So let's try. Let's try. Let's try taping this onto here and seeing what happens. Let's tape that onto there. That. And then that onto there. Like that.
That doesn't seem too bad. I think it is just this bit in here that's annoying me. From the front, it's not awful, but it's just too much in here, I think, along that back. So, I think I take out these. That's better. That is considerably better. Do I want to take it out even more in that very middle? Maybe. Maybe. If I put this in here, this in here, that, then one more strip, I think. Along that very middle bit in here. So let's say I did that. That looks pretty okay, I think. Right. Let's say, yeah. Let's say that's okay. Then I just have to try and duplicate it for the other side. Yay! Oh, existence is pain. Right. That's fine. I think I'm okay with how that turned out. So, let's say I try and then copy it for the other side. So let's take this off. Then I've got an idea of how I've played all the spaces as well. And it's ended up a fairly disgusting mess. But it's higher in sort of the underarm-ish area. And then it sort of slopes off. I think I'm actually going to stick that together as well. That feels better. Right. So, let me then take some more foam. Okay. Directly behind me, of course it is. Right. Let's take some of this. Now that I have patterns, I can be, hopefully, fairly conservative with this. And how much I use. Hopefully. Let's see. So if that's the right, I want to flip it to do the left. Let's say this then becomes left, flat, top, and then chest is here, back is here. So try and use as much of this weird little bit as I can. Then straight edges are so useful Yeah, maybe I don't do that. Maybe I take it along a scuffed edge instead. Yeah. Straight edges are too useful. I don't really want to use it if I can avoid it. So let's do this instead. And then probably in pen because it's easier to see. As much as it smudges, because it does smudge. At least I can see what I'm doing a little bit clearer. If I could not move it as I'm drawing around it, that would be fantastic. Good enough. Right, let me cut this out, see where I'm at. That is then the top bit for the left, and this will be left, that, and the lowermost, which means this is the chest, this is the back. Okay. Then, same shtick. Try and find a place to put it. Oh, I can fit that in here, that's fine. Yeah, that works. And I know I did pen last time, but I hate it. I'm going to do pencil. I can still see, it's fine. Actually, slightly quicker as well. Because I'm not constantly accidentally drawing under my pattern with it. I do seem to keep moving it by accident. Not that it matters a whole bunch currently, but there you go. Main thing is if I can make a kind of sketch model for this today, test it on myself, see where I'm at, could be pretty helpful. As far as informing whether I need to change things around, because I probably will. But at least I'll know if I've got something I can try on. Okay. Right. Let's roll this out the way for a second. Stick it under here. Hey, yep, that's awesome. Right. So, that, that. Unless I've done this the wrong way around, which is totally possible. Oh no, it should be fine. Is it? I think I just did this in a weird way. Yeah, this is weirdly thin. That's what I mean about not being able to trust the pen. It's better. And it will fit weird because of the curve as well. That's something else to consider. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's whatever. So then I have to think about how I'm spacing all of this. So if that's the inverse of that, I need to try and mirror what I've got on here, as far as spaces. So, here's a bunch I made earlier. Right. As far as layering up strips of stuff, I want to have something at the very front, just a little bit. A little bit of something along here. How far in? Sort of here-ish. Here-ish, let's say. Then it gets slightly chaotic. So let's try and get a fairly big bit. And what? That. That. So, kinda that sort of thing. With something else under. Is that a 2? That is a 2. So, put them together like that. And then there's a 3 in the middle. So let's say, then it stretches across. So let's go across like that. And then another bit on that. And then another bit on top of that. We'll tape all of those together. That's a 3. Well, actually, if we do the 2, and then there's the 1 that goes across all the others, so let's do 2 in there, and then another 2, which I can make out of this. Another 2, pretty much next to it. And then there is a strip that kind of stretches across all of those. Ish. Good enough. Whack that on here. Like that. Cool. And then there is just 1 along there, which is reasonably sizable, but also it scraps, so whatever. And then we've got loads of teeny tiny spaces to try and fit in along here. That one in there. This one's super teeny tiny, so that can fit in here. Let's put this one in here. That one there. That one there. Then it's a fair old whack of no man's land, which is fine. Let's say that goes in there for good measure. And let's do another one in here, because why not? Then in theory, that should stick on here. Okay, that's promising. Right. Moment of truth. Let's see whether any of this actually works. So, bring back Boris. Grab a drink real quick, because my head is not having a good time today. It's my own fault. My alarm went off, and I decided to go back to sleep, so I ended up taking my meds late. Now, my head is an active war zone. Fair enough, to be honest. I've done this to myself. Right. So let's pin that back on there, that back on there, on there, that on there. Then, gotta try and do the same this side, which is going to be hard because nothing is marked. Where would the back mid be? Sort of there-ish, right? Say if that's doing that. Slightly further out. And that's too far in there. Then maybe I do just have to guess a little bit. How far in does that come? About there. Maybe this is... that's that. That's not super far out. It's not a terrible guess. So that's true, I can just fold these up and see what I'm doing with my life. Okay. That then makes a lot more sense. Right. At which point... that seems fairly even. So let's pretend that it is. All that. And this. This. Okay. Then I have this one to go along here. I'm pretty much saying that is about right. Because the widest point should be at that underarm, which it appears to be. Whack that on here. And then just tape a bunch of stuff. If I unpin this for a second, I can fold this in and under, fold that to that, which seems okay. And do the same over here. Under. That's like that. Let's say that's like that. Always reposition that in a second. Main thing is trying to get this on in sensible positions. If I hook this under, I can do it over afterwards, which makes a lot more sense. That's on there. It's on there. That makes sense. Makes sense. That on here. That. That on here. Main thing is trying to get it so that it's following the right curve. whole way round. Because, as I say, once this is on me, I'm expecting to need to adjust this pretty substantially. Now, that ought to give an idea. Okay. That holds that on along there. It's not terrible, in fairness. Yeah. It's a pretty okay slope on it. So, then, it's just trying to do the same sort of thing with this. If I unpin this along here for a second, I can look at how it matches up on that side. That wants to be along there. Like this. Yeah, about that. Hope I had some bloody tape. Right. Let's see. Then same shtick. It's roughly sort of here-ish. Roughly sort of here-ish. And I will take this onto here. And I will do that. And then I will take that. Put that back on there. Then it's just a case of trying to curve it round so that it's evenly spaced out. I think that's more central than this is, which is fine. I just have to shift all of this along a bit, which I can do. So, I shift this along. That can kind of stay where it is, in fairness. Move this along to here. This along to here. That along to there. How does that translate? Pretty okay, actually. Not bad, not bad. The widest point here is pretty much in line with the underarm. This is actually pretty much pretty similar. Yeah, that's not bad. It's not bad. Okay. So, I then just have to try and get it to be vaguely even. Let's take this along here. Take that. Like that. Yeah. I know. Right. That. That. Then get that. Kind of similar to that. Drop that down a bit. Doesn't quite line up. But I'm not particularly pressed about that at the minute, to be fair. Because I fully expect to have to chop down a bunch of this. So, pretty whatevs for now, to be honest. So that's on there. And that. That. And a similar sort of dealio along there. Real nice if you'd stay where I asked you to be. So you know what? I'm going to do that. Okay. Stay. Then that. Pick one up under here. Another up under here. I'm kind of keen to make everything into one doohickey that I can slide on and off just to test and see what it's like. That's on there. That's on there. That's on there. Okay, that's pretty whatevs. Why do you stick out so much from here? Tell me why. Whatever. So actually, that gives me an idea. Maybe that becomes part of how I tackle this. So maybe what I do is really great if everything stayed on and up. And maybe what I do is I say that my means of keeping that as I want it is by having a central strap. So if I say that this becomes one piece, I can keep it even. Okay, interesting premise. So let's say, hypothetically, I had a middle connection along there, and that can just be a strap. Like, it doesn't need to be anything more than a strap, because it'll be under this anyway. So if all that has to be is a strap, now I'll use a random strip of foam if I have any long enough. Potentially not. Let's say for now, I could not fling the tape everywhere. That would be super helpful. Let's say for now I have this. And let's say that. So let's tab on this so I can pull it off. And let's say I go up under here, that, and along under here like that. Then I bring this along to meet it. And that holds that in place like that. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, and I can make sense of that. So that'll be how I hold the lats where they are there. And then it's just a case of getting them even along the back. So, I'm going to take that off for a minute. And drop that down. In theory, that should then be fairly even. So if I were to then slicey slice, you need to stay where you're meant to be, please and thank you. Right. Drop that down to be fairly even. I think it needs to be about that. So let's say I slice off this, like that. Doesn't look horrendous. I don't trust it a whole bunch, but it doesn't look horrendous. So, what I'm inclined to say is I literally splice it along here, like that. Get it as even as possible first, then regret my life choices, do that. Then, ought to just be a case of marrying them up after the fact. So, I do the same thing I did with the front, have an under tape bit, connect them like that. Then I will do an over tape bit also, because this bit can stay static, that's the thing. That doesn't have to do much more than it already is. So that should be okay. Right. So let's say I then have that, and I have this. So, in theory, I should now be able to slide that off as a oneer. Right. So, I can do that, which is freaking huge, to be honest. So then, in theory, I can try this on for myself and see how it looks on me, because it might be ridiculous. Who knows? I have this now. Well, hey. Right, while I do this, I don't have a mirror in here, which is super inconvenient. Kind of need one to know whether this is going to look dumb or not. I don't know where the old mirror went. It was in here. It was a big blue mirror, and it's not where it once was. Oh, no, wait. It's still in here. Perfect. Right. Let me shimmy sham over here real quick. Set up this mirror. And right, I have to take the jacket off, so bear with. The mic is around, it's just not on me anymore. So the audio sucks, I apologise. But bear with me. I'll take my jacket off and see whether this is any good or not. Okay. considerably thinner at the strapping, but as far as lats, actually pretty good. Strap will make all the difference anyway. Super pressed on that. I stick it at the widest point. I want it to be slightly wider anyway. That's not bad. Not bad. Goes into that's there with. Right. Mic reinstated. Let me try and demo what I'm doing here. So I have this on now. It's super hard to see anything. Right, so I have this, and because I've got a big old strap of masking tape here, I can kind of pinch it off where it ceases to be of use, which is about there, but that's just on me baseline. And that's not considering the fact that I'm going to have another layer of stuff under this. Well, another couple, I suppose, including like fabric, etc. So for now, I'm not going to mess with this because it's going to have to be bigger anyway. But I can start looking at like the mid area. But that's that. And that's pretty okay. It's pretty okay. It's not ridiculous, which is what I was super keen to avoid. And also, as far as like not getting clipped by stuff, I'm not really, which is going to matter a hell of a lot by the time everything's static. So I'm so sorry. Let me remove this carefully. Back the jacket back on. And let's start looking at the middle. Good. Okay. Mic reinstated. Everything fine, working, yes. You grab a drink, have a think.
Now, the middle's going to be interesting, because I kind of want to be able to move as much as possible. So I want it to end quite high, so that I've still got a lot of flex. And I also think that the belt for this comes up quite high anyway, so should be all right. Before I start tackling that, let me try and organize some of the crap that I've got kicking about around here before I get involved in the next bit. Random scraps of paper. I got a carrier I can whack those in or something. I would hope I did. No, right. For now, I'll just separate it in here. Paper there, plastic there. I want to get rid of some of these scrappy bits. They're going to get annoying if I just leave them here. Right. Scrappy bits in here. Bubble wrap is eternally useful, so not chucking any of that away. Only the teeny tiny scraps that I genuinely can't use for anything else. Okay. That seems pretty alright. So, alright. From here. This bit. Now, if it comes up fairly high, how high is that? So if I said from there to there was what? 16-ish. On me, if I want to bend and stuff, it's about the same. Maybe 15. Maybe 15. Because I want to be able to move around comfortably, or I will be super peeved. Being able to sit down is a massive deal in any cosplay shtick. So, if I can sit down at any point in the day, huge plus. So, if I know that these are accurate, I will leave them with my others that I know to be accurate, which is these and these. So they're all legit. This was making it up for the shoulder. Probably going to have to muck around with that. So whatevs. So for now, that can go with this. So, question is, do I wing it or do I just not wing it? In fairness, I still need to put in a little bit of extra nonsense with this. So, if I slide this back on, like so, and then I will just pin it where it is for now with some tape along the underarms. I'm going to run out of tape in a sec. A lot more, so no biggie, but also inconvenient. Pin you up there. You can chill along here for now, I guess. Better than nothing. Just stops it moving around so much. Ah, even enough. It's whatever, it's fine.
Is it fine? Is it going to affect what I do next? Probably not, right? Alright, fine, let me do it properly, hang on. Let me do it based on the back, because that's the sensible thing to do. Let me line it up at the back first. It comes up pretty high. Then that to there. I'll do the same along here. I'll do one more along here. At least that then shouldn't stray too far from where I actually want it to be. I'll do another one up there. And another one up here. Good, that should then stop it moving around. Because I want to get that little bit in under here. Because that really comes in under as part of the chest. There's then a little bit that sticks out down here that I need to address next. So that's probably something I just guess by grabbing a bunch of scraps. Not bad, actually. That's not bad. So where does it go around to? It goes around to another middle bit. So let's say I slot that in up there. And then, or is it more flat? I think it might be more flat, you know? Okay. Let's say it's more flat. That. And then it still needs to come in and up at the end, I think. Because this is not final as far as the back goes, in fairness. So, if I had to do it from here, how much longer would it need to be? Not super dissimilar to that, actually. So if I were to have this on here, it needs to be deeper. So if I did that, let's say I did that. So let's say I were to tape this onto here, like that. Slide it up under here. That. Obviously, it needs to come away a bit, but that came in around there. It would need to come up like that, right? Be straight for a bit, but then it needs to curve like that. So whack that in there. Whack that up there. That is not terrible, in fairness. I don't hate it. I think it would be sensible to chop it off up here. Ideally at a straighter angle than that. Like that. And then have that extra piece in at the back. So Don't really need to screw with this a whole lot, in fairness. Let's see. Stick this in here. Stick that up there. That. Don't mind that. Seems pretty okay. Just a matter of getting it definitely straight at the front, which I think that is closer to being. That's pretty cool. I don't mind that. So if I take my pencil and I say, as far as things aligning, probably drop it down a bit in fairness. Yeah, that's not bad. It's not bad. Then I'll straighten that off more like that. Okay. That in on here. Again, how straight are we making that? Pretty friggin' straight, right? That's kind of the idea. Then that seems like it's too deep. That looks better. Yeah, that looks a lot better. So let's say that's how I play that. And then that is where top sits. Along here. Like that. And then I know this is the right. That is like that. That is like that. Then I should be able to cut a template from this. Do I have any bits? No. That's not going to be wide enough, I don't think. Maybe. Yeah, that's just about fine. Nice. Okay. I'll base it off of this. Then we shall say that is a thing. This is a thing. That is where that gets to. And then that just slices off up there. Actually, it'd help if I drew the other bit. Because really, that then is just kind of made up a little bit. But oh well. Right. Then in theory, this is the right lower flat. And then this is back. Okay. So in fairness, I can get away with taking that slightly further along, potentially. Up this. Along like that. Up like that. And then that goes up under here. This. And that's how I get that bit. Which seems pretty cool to me, to be honest. Then if I know that that's where that comes to, what I can do then is cut this off, and then I know exactly where it's supposed to sit in relation to the pattern. which would be along here. And this will be upper edge. So knowing that, I then just have to fit that. Cool. Okay. Nice. And if that's up in there, okay. Okay. Let's do that. Ooh, that then fits with that. All right, that's another pattern piece. Good, good. Really huge, to be honest. So what I can do with that is, I know that's going to be pretty much like that, right? Then I want to have it slightly wider at that front bit. So let's get rid of the scrappies again. The useless scraps, at least. The useful ones can stay. The teeny tiny ones can go. Get rid of that. Then this. So, yeah. So if I then take more foam, find somewhere to put all of this. What have we got? Do something along here, I guess. Come on. Okay. That's the right. Why don't I start with the left? Start with the left, and then I'll do the right after I've done this one. Just have to make sure I mark it with an L, because I will forget. That along there. And because I'll forget, I'm going to whack an L on that. Cut that out. That. Cool. So that is then this side. And then if I cut a new one for the right, because I butchered that one deliberately. So, right. Can I fit that in here? Not particularly. I also kind of want to do it from a straight edge. That's the ideal. Then if it's curling this way, I should probably draw it on the other side. Yeah, kind of want to do it from a straight edge. So I guess I'll do it from here. Which I'm not stoked about because it uses up a lot of stuff. Maybe I'll just do it from here. Does it matter a whole bunch at the minute? Probably not. Let's do it from here instead. This. That. That. Okay. And hopefully, by the end of this, then stick a little R in the bottom corner of that. Should then have the lats done more or less. And it'll just be a case of messing with what goes under those. Got to do this first, then I can look at the back pieces and how all of those are going to go together. We'll see. Okay. So, I need more of this in a second anyway, but for now, whack that back from whence it came. Right. So, this is the left, this is the right. And then, based on this, where we want to have it sit in relation to that is as follows. Like that. Flip it. Do the same for here. That. Nice. And this slides up under here. In theory. Okay. That's up in there. That's like that. That's like that. Awesome. That's then that piece, which actually looks pretty cool. Don't mind that. Then this needs to be 3Dified, which I can do with scraps. So, what kind of scraps have I got? Let's see. That's not a useful one. So, let's say I want to do at least double along that very front edge. That. 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 And it'd be a case of having that. Yeah, that like that seems fine. I mean, I can cut it after the fact anyway, so who cares? So, I'm definitely coming to the end of this roller mask, which is fine. I was expecting it. Always going to happen eventually. Okay. Let's whack this on here. And then save this for a second. because it's just occurred to me I've done it on the wrong bit. I should have been doing it from this side. Okay. Fine. That's why masking tape is better than sellotape, because I can just rip it off and start again. Right. That on there. That on there. On there. Cool. Yep, yep, yep. So then slice that bit off. And slice that bit off. At least it's semi-even. Now, question is, can I get away with making it any thicker along there? If I were to do... me long enough? No. Okay. I'm glad you're having fun, because I am just rambling. I had no idea whether you were still here or not, so I'm glad you're finding some peace amidst the chaos, because this is honestly chaos. I'm getting a rough idea though, so that's pretty useful. It is that kind of, I suppose, therapeutic stage of trial and error and more trial. So, yeah, I suppose because it's, there's no power tools yet. Fairly chill. Reasonably chill. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Because I'm enjoying finally making any progress, to be honest. Or at least getting some idea of where I'm going with all of this. That then sits up in there. Okay. And that's all very well, but... Creative chaos is your favourite? Hell yeah. Oh, I'm glad you're being motivated to do your work. That's huge. That's not something that I would have thought was synonymous with this. So, awesome. Glad to have been of use, really. I'm going to take a little bit off of this top so that it's got more of an even kind of decline. So at the minute it's too thick up there. So let's say I took it back there. What does that do for me? Well, that's better. That seems better. Let's do a little teensy bit more. And see what that gives me. I think there's a lot to be said for, like, body doubling. You know? Having someone else working while you're working. Kind of huge, to be honest. At least I've always found it has been. Okay, that's way better, yeah. Then if I just add another little bit in there, I think that should sort out that whole shebang. So how long do I want to make this? Yeah, body doubling helps a lot. It so does. So does. Let me clear up some of this again. It's annoying me. Right. Okay. So, I've got little bits I can use for this, I think. Random little cruddy bits that should be not far off. Maybe I just take the longer bit then. Yeah, the longer bit. Do roughly the same sort of thing again. Roughly. And where do I want to take this from? Sort of here-ish, I think. Okay. Let's make this a bit straighter. Then, yeah. About there-ish. That makes sense. Okay. Tape, come hither. Right. Slide that out. Now I know roughly how these pieces need to lay up. That should be about right. Slice this off. Enough. Okay. That then gives me that, which should be pretty decent. Do I need it to be any wider than that, is the question. Let's muck around with it and try and find out. That fits in there, that fits in there. That's definitely a lot better. Maybe one more. Maybe. Doesn't need to be an awful lot, but I think it might help. Let's say I had one more. Whereabouts, sort of. Maybe there-ish. Let's flatten this on. One more in here. Yeah. I reckon that will then be... Yeah, that looks cool. Right. Let's call it about there, I'd say. Okay. Slide this out again. Try and even that up. Whack that on here. Now, I know roughly how wide I need to make this bit. Slice that. About that. Okay. Ooh, that's fine. Because I can just cut that. So, let's slice this. See where this wants to come from. Out there. So if I know that, I can say it'll be roughly... That's the only thing. Might not quite be long enough in there. But let's take it up like that. That's better. Okay. Let's say I did about here. To the corner. What sort of an angle? So let's say I did that and that. What does that give me? That's pretty okay. Trouble is it's going to be too short in here, I reckon. Not terrible. Not terrible. I reckon I can get away with that. Yeah. Let's say I did that. Let's say I did that. Maybe I make it slightly longer. Let's see. Take it from the relatively straight bit. Is any of this relatively straight? That's the question. Let's pretend that's relatively straight. And then take it from we cut this off to be straight along here. Kind of like that. Then take that from here. Do the same thing I did last time. So draw that. That. Yeah. That. Okay. Then kind of just make it up. This. Hopefully, that then marries up in a way that is reasonably okay. Yeah, that's alright. That's alright. So in theory, I then put that in there, but the reverse. Yes, okay. Good. Right, that works. So I unpin all of these. Find more scraps of various. We make a micro pattern. So if I know that this is go in line with that, so that, then if that's on there, it's going to need to slope off on here as well, isn't it? Not necessarily, actually. Not necessarily. Where is the... There it is. Okay. So that's what I was working to originally. That was the only other aspect of this. Was one thing having this. It might not matter, actually. Because, yeah, that's the widest point anyway, and then it slopes off. So actually, it might be alright. It might be okay. And if I know this is the left, I'll stick this on the straighter bit. That. And suppose ideally use a ruler. Also, can I be bothered? I should. I should be bothered. It would make sense to be bothered. So, what? That-ish. I'm going to say that-ish. And this is a real small pattern. So, left, let's call this lower lat, and then if I flip it, it will be the right front. I sure hope I don't misplace this at some point. That would suck. Okay. That's the left, and then this is the right lower lat front. That's right on that. This is going to be left lower lat, and then back. And then the upper edge I'm going to mark on here also. Da, 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 da. And this is upper lat edge. Cool. Okay. So now, this one because it was longer. So, in theory, I can just cut another one of these from something. So if that's left, that I'm also going to make the left. I'm going to tape that to that. So, try and vaguely carefully do this. Let's say I did this to start with. Do that. And same up here. And then I'll do one on the inside as well. Okay. That is then kind of sort of that front bit, which is cool. And then I've got to think about how I want to do this as a whole. Maybe I just cover it. Maybe that's all I do. Okay, but that's for future me to figure out. For now, I'm just testing to see whether this even works. That seems pretty okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Nice, that works. Which means it will also work on the other side. That's the left. Then we want to do this for the right. Can't really get that to be straight if I do it like that. chops off a tiny bit. I'm not stoked on, but also, for the sake of modelling a thing, I don't think it's actually going to be a problem. He says, wholly unconvinced. Let's say that's up to there. That's along to there. That's down to there. And that is that. That then slides in there. Seems pretty okay to me. So let's mark this a little R so I know. Cool. Right, let's take that. Now I'd considered laser engraving some stuff on this before I was molding and casting anything. Not sure whether I'm still going to do that or not, because I could just kind of carve it myself, really. But I don't know, because I kind of like the idea of trying new things. That's kind of been a running theme. So I'm thinking about it. Plus, I'd get some real nice, even lines if I do it that way. So who knows, maybe. Maybe I'll decide to do that. But if I can get a rough idea of what I'm doing first... Okay. That's up and under there pretty comfortably. Slide that back slightly. That's a bit better. That's pretty good. That's pretty okay. Certainly okay enough for now. Right. That then deals with a lot of the front lat. Doesn't align much along the back, but also I'm not surprised because this never did. Not really. Plus, I'm probably going to slice this off along here anyway. I want to have plates that cover those. This gives me an idea where I'm at. It's not bad. It's not bad. So, let's say, where is my... This is it. The adapted chest piece. Because that needs to come across here. Which means this needs to be cut away a bit. Which is no big deal, to be honest. Where am I going to cut it to? That kind of want it to continue up there is the thing. So maybe it has to be sliced straight along there. And maybe I say this gets cut off there, along up to here, and in there. Let's say I were to do that. that then all sit slightly better. Let's take part of my strap off for a second. Here. Roughly along there, right? I'm sticking that on there. Let's say, where's a pen? Pen's going to be easier to see. Let's say I want to take off around here. That. Let's see what that does for me. I know this is going to cause me problems. It's fine, I'll deal with them in a second. Take you off. You back on there. Maybe. Not quite. Pin you on there. That's better. In theory, you should then be able to sit in here. So if I take this up out the way, yeah, okay. I can then get that to sit in there. I kind of want it to splay out a bit. Otherwise it's going to look weird, I think. Yeah, I might just have to work on something in here, which is not the worst thing in the world, in fairness. I don't hate having to deal with that. There have been worse things to contend with. So, those. So I'll bevel that eventually anyway, so I'm not super worried about that. Although I don't like, I do want it to splay out. That's the thing. So I might have to mess with this slightly anyway. So let's say I do that next. We put that with all the pattern pieces that are good and useful. Get rid of a bunch of teeny tiny scraps. And really what I should be doing next is addressing the abdomen, because that's going to mess with things. Okay, let me put these over here for a second. Clear up a bunch of scrappy bits. And have a think. Because I think I should stop getting distracted and do the base layer first, because that's going to affect how everything sits. So, let's do that. Hold this back down for a second, so I've got a rough idea of what I'm doing with my life. Then, address this. So, I know that I want it to be about 15 sims deep. Roughly, from titty down where I want it to sit, about 15 sims. So, where is my orange Sharpie? It is here. Roughly 15 sims. Call it here. Sure, let's go with that. If I base it on that, let's now make something up. So, I want to have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sure, but I want them to follow the same basic. I can do something with this, actually. By pure coincidence, let's say I had a very slight taper in that. So from here, up, and from there, that. Let's say I wanted it to follow that. It's okay. It could be better. Let's shave a little bit more off of that. Okay. That's alright, but I think I prefer having more of a point in here. That's nicer. That makes sense. Then it'd be up here. So actually, not super far off what I'm thinking anyway. So let's roll with this. Let's roll with this and say this is the no, base plate. Cool. Let's say that's what this is. So that then comes up and under, which is useful. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Weirdly perfect. Roll with this and start looking at dividing this pretty evenly. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 along here. So if I measure what this comes to, then that comes from the very bottom anyway. So actually, I need to divide it by 3, 4. So maybe I need to get 4 in there. If I call it 13, then if I call it 12, 3, ish. Maybe I make it up. So 3, 6, 9, 12 is there. May I do, but then 14 is 7, which is then 3.5. So if I did not that, 3.5 is that. 3.5. No. 3.5. That is very much not 3.5, which is why I didn't want to do that. Okay. Right, let me cook. Let me figure this out. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So then maybe I only need to do half and then half again. So if I said 13, which then would be 6.5. So that makes that about here. And then if I half it again, so 3, 2, 5. So about there. And then I did the same along here. Just about there. Like that.
And that's then 1, 2, 3, 4, and then whatever's along the bottom. From here. Okay. That seems fine. Yeah, I can work with that. And then the only thing is I have to factor in the fact that this sits like this. So, actually, I'd have to be wary of the fact that this is likely to come in down and lower. So actually, I can't do that yet because I need to know where these are going to sit. So I do need to dig with these first. I think I can do that easily by taking this, unpinning this, and hit that there. Same with this, because I think I can find a way to get this to splay out. If I am smart, which is a big ol' if, but if nonetheless, because I reckon all I'd actually have to do is take everything as it was, but out at an angle. So out like that. And the trouble is, oh no, okay, actually, let him cook, let him cook. It's gonna leave a gap. That's something I can mess with after the fact. So I'm not super hurt over that, really. Let's say we did. This doesn't need to be as much tape as it is, to be honest. Let's knock that back a tad. What I really need to do is connect it to the outside rather than the inside. So let's say I did that. Let's say I took it from the outer edge, because I can sand it afterwards, so I'm not super concerned. Hit that. Do that. Maybe that's how I play this. Definitely going to have to reform some bits, but definitely looks a lot better at an angle than it did not at an angle. So I can probably fill that gap with something. Something I've got randomly kicking about. It does look way better at an angle. Way, way better at an angle. Which I know it would, but... okay. It's a million times better at an angle. Yeah, geez, okay, cool.
all I need to know is where that bottom bit sits, in fairness. Then that will sit higher up anyway. So maybe... Let me go stand in front of a mirror very quickly whilst I decide how much this matters. Okay. I have to take the mic off again, bear with me. That's it. That's still fine. Maybe I then take that top. Kind of a future me problem. Okay. So I'm definitely going to go with it at an angle. I'm just debating whether that means I can get rid of this. Because I probably can, to be honest. I'll probably do away with that bit. But that is the future me to decide. Now I'm going to say this vibe pretty much as is. Let me whack some tape on this though. We'll have to faff with some of the templates, but that's honestly not a problem. I'm not fazed by that at all. That then winds up in there like that. And like that. Yeah. Which makes way more sense. Way more sense. Yeah, that's much nicer. Okay. All right, so on the plus side, worked out some of that. Pretty huge. Pretty huge. Then I've got to fill in that gap, but that's no biggie. That's no biggie. Potentially take off that strip that I added. Depending. We'll see. But at least I know where this is going to actually sit now. So that means I should be able to figure out where this is going to actually sit. I know that's going to be about there. And I know that this is going to be about here. And I know that that is going to sit roughly along here. Then I know that actually the space I'm working from is this. Do I have? I do. Right. So let me just get rid of these, because the space I'm actually working with is much smaller. And I only need to get in 3 spaces along this line. So that actually then becomes 10. No, that's a line I didn't get rid of. It's 9. Ah, hell yeah, okay. So then I need to get 3 dots within that. So half of 9, half of 8, 4.5. So that's the middle line. And then I need to half that. So 2, 2, 5. So about that. And then another 2, 2, 5. So about that. That'll be 1, that'll be 1, that'll be 1. There'll be 1 more from down here. Is the plan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, perfect. Okay. All right. So I then have that as a pattern sort of thing. You go in and under here. I know roughly what I'm working with on that one. There, up there, up there, up there, and there's a little bit that stays down there. Cool, fine, awesome. Then I need to do the same with this line, except I need to know exactly how high that really comes to be. Because that's in under there. Yeah, I'm pretty much basing it so that it's up to this high, to be fair. That's pretty much the whole length of it. So that then is just shy of the 15. It's more 14.8, so 148. So half of that, ugh, I can do it, I just can't be bothered. So let me use a calculator for it instead. 74, sweet. So 7.4 is this. There. So that's the midway point. And then that line had 1, 2, 3, 4 on it, but this one has 1, 2, 3, 4 also, but are they going to be at the same? No, because they're all going to be at angles. So actually, is that middle even? Unless it is. I mean, as long as they're the same width, is that a thing? It's actually kind of difficult to know. So what I think I'll do is definitely need to split it though. So let me get a whole new bit for this. Because let's say I need, do I only need half of this? Probably, right? Yeah, I need half of this, that's fine. Fine. So let's half this. Ish. Such a mess. Oh well. Sure, that's fine. Right. Do that. Then half it again. And take it along that straight top edge. No. Or around it. So what I don't want to do is chop up this base plate piece, because that is useful in of itself. So what I'm going to do is do this like that. So I have basically the same piece. Then this is the one that I can dick about with. So first things first, let's transfer these over. So I know roughly where these are sitting. Then also going to quickly give this one of these, like that. Cool. That one of these. Fine. Bada bing, bada boom. Cool. Right. So,
I want to make these look funky, but I want to double check that I'm definitely referencing things correctly. So let me check my references. There we go. Right. Okay, but that's how that looks, which is not necessarily... See, I'm more interested in this. This is nice. But then that's different. That's different to how... references. Okay. What about this? Yeah, see, that's different again. That's the one I'm modelling this off of, really, is the statue. Which, yeah, and has 1, 2, 3, 4 peaks, and that's got 1, 2, 3, 4 along there. But then the size of them changes. Starts off smaller and it gets bigger. So I'm literally just referencing the First for Figures statue for these, and I'm inclined to make it up, because they're not going to be evenly spaced, because it will look weird if they are. So I'm inclined to freehand it in something of a YOLO. So if I were to... So let's start with the smaller one because it's weird, right? The smaller one literally goes from here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So let's say I did that and that, like that. That one. And then the next one has to be slightly higher. Let's do that. And that. So really, I don't want it to be, I want it to be coming down lower than that. Yeah, I'm going to make these up based on my references rather than anything vaguely mathematical. Maths. I don't want to do any math. So I'm going to make it up. Because I think it will look nicer if I make it up anyway. So that needs to be up higher, maybe? Maybe that's why that looks weird. Whatever way you spin it. Let's say I want this to be that. That to be like that. Let's say that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So that's not getting incrementally bigger though. Right sort of thing. Oh, that's fine. Right. Let's say I go down here. That. Then that. That. Better. Not bad, not bad. Keeping in mind I'm also going to do the little one of these for each. And then same here. And then same here. That's better, in fairness. Because then those lines get longer. So I can then do the same along here. Say this is a fairly long line. This one's slightly shorter. This one's shorter still. And then this one basically doesn't exist. That's not bad. And then this needs to stay as a solid piece. So basically, I'm then thinking they need to overlap, right? So the top one I can do. I've got to keep my base plate. But then I still think this ends up being too wide. I think I want to drop it down even further. So if I say, instead of that, it's down here. Like that. Drop this one down to here. Get rid of this line. That. That's better. Then like that. Then this one I can drop down as well. Drop that one down a little bit. There-ish. That one to here-ish. Then get rid of that. Then I can probably afford to drop this one down slightly. Probably not as much as the other ones. But slightly. Got that. That should be longer, that should be longer. And get rid of this. Is that my Fitbit thinking I'm doing exercise? Yeah, it's funny. Okay. And probably take that at a different angle. That might help. Slightly different angle. Okay. Yeah, I prefer that. I definitely prefer that. That's pretty okay. So, based on that, I should be able to cut the top one. The next ones I'm going to have to faff with a bit, but the top one I can cut. That is then the topmost layer. Cool. Now, the reason I did all of this separately is because there will be an overlap required. So let's do that. Let's hold. How much am I going to need of this? Can I get away with halving this? Well, let's do this. Half this. Pull this. Pop. Cool. Then that goes on top of everything else. Yep, right. Then make sure I'm drawing this onto the fold, because if I'm not, so help me. Right. Then I know that the very bottom is going to be this piece.
So if I chop out this, so top, and then second, third, fourth, last. Oh, right. I know it's going to be that, that, that. So I know that the bottom is going to be consistent. I'm going to need to create some overlap for the upper part of it. So that, and then this, and that. So good for me, but also a whole heap of overlap is required. So second, then I'm going to cut this. And this will be the actual second piece. As this will then sit on top of that. Mwahaha. You'd love to see it. Nice. Then that is all overlap. Then cool. Then I will do the same with the next bit, which is this bit here. So I know that the bottom is going to be the same. That. So same shtick. Leave whack overlap. Check that I'm drawing on the right bit. I am. So that, this, that, this, that, and just kind of make that up, I guess. That's why I kept the original base plate. That, this, that, and something like that. And then this will be overlap. This is third. Cool. So then top, second, third, and then we want to do the other couple. So don't need a whole lot of space with these, which is nice. But again, overlap exists. So I'm going to start by cutting this out. Roughly that. I don't mind that, to be fair. How much overlap does that give me? Is that enough for me? Am I cool with that? I want more than that. I want to be safe. I want to be super, super safe. Let me get rid of the paper scraps. And get from a new bit. So, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Hold this like that. It's not long enough. Of course it isn't. It'll be long enough for this, right? It'll be long enough for the last one. that. Do I have any other scraps I can use for this? Technically, this is a scrap, because I'm not actually going to use it, I don't think. You know what? Sod it, let's just use more paper. I don't enjoy it, but it is just the sensible thing to do, so... Right. One of those, one of these. Flip it. Okay. So, fourth one, again, I want a ton of clearance. It's just safer that way. I'm still kind of debating how I'm gonna assemble these. Because, yeah, I could do it as a fairly solid chunk. I kind of want to have them actually slide over one another, which is a little bit nuts, but also be pretty cool. There's the fourth one. That. That is then overlap. Third, fourth, yeah. Then we'll do the last one. I think out of this bit. Yeah. Then I want overlap for this that goes down as well. Or do I? No, I want it to end. I want it to end. Okay. Duly noted. Where can I fit this? May as well do this right the way down here, to be honest. So, I say it's along there. That. Up there like that. And then I just want a ton of clearance. So, let's cut this from the corner like that. And then kind of just have the whole thing just vibing, I guess. Let's say I did that. Because why not, really? This is last. That is fourth. And then this is the last. Cool. Okay. Get rid of the scrappy bits before I get confused. Then I should have... Start with the one at the very bottom. Second. Then the fourth goes on top of that. Third goes on top of that. The second goes on top of that. And the top sits on that. Wahey. Pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah. And then it's just a case of shaving down the sides so that they actually fit with this. But, as things go, that's not too shabby. I don't hate it. Looks pretty cool once it's actually been layered properly. So... I'm then inclined to say... Translate that to foam, see what happens. So if I start with the very bottom one, then I'm also debating if it adds extra layers, will it matter? Potentially, to be honest. Yeah, I'll just use this as a guide. Use that as a guide. And think, do I have any scraps that are big enough to fit any of these on? Not quite. Fair enough. Enough. Let me move these out the way. And see, because it'd be easier to stick these onto a base plate. But I'm not really here to make my life easier. So, let's see. Right. Let's say I go along straight edge though. Straight edges are too useful. Let's do it along here instead. Let's say suppose really I could take it from here somewhere. If I start with let's start with the bigger pieces. Because they're going to be more fussy about the space they take up. So, where was that pencil I just chucked away? Let's start with the top. Like that. Okay. That's then the top. Cut that out. That along there. That up there. Bada bing, bada boom. That's a mess. I will fix that in a sec. That. You get the gist. So that goes right up under there. Cool. Fine. Fine enough. That's me trying to convince myself more than much else. Okay. It'd be nice if I could not make a massive mess of everything. That would be nice. Right, good enough. Roll with it. See, that's the only thing, is it's going to end up real thick. Because I'm cutting it out of thick foam. I will think about that. That's fine. I'm sure there will be methods. For now, I will cut everything anyway. And then I can hit myself with a told you so later. Just want to know how it's going to look first. So, let's do the second bit in here. That seems alright. Let's do that. One of these. Enough. That is then the second. Could see my pencil mark, that would be awesome. There we go. Right. That up there. Then I'm going to learn from last time and not do that. Not try and twist it. I'm going to approach it from this angle instead. And just do that. Considerably better. It's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. Alright. And then sits on that. Let's make this wider. Because I can. That then sits on that. Okay. So that's the top. Done. That is the second. Done. Let's clear up the scrappy bits. I mean, they're probably going to be useful. These less so. Get rid of that. Then let's do the third one. Right. Third one. Oh, it's a big bit down here. Can I fit anything on here? Will the last one fit on here? It will not. Oh well. Third. Could fit the third. Fit the third in there. Or take it along here. That seems okay, to be fair. We'll do that. So one of these. One of these. One of those. One of these. That. This. That. Right. Let's cut this out. That. For now, I'm just going to cut straight along here so I can at least get it off the roll. That. And I can just do this, so whatevs. Yeah, I did make a mess of that toward the end. Oh hum. try and even that out slightly. Alright, good enough. Enough. Let's take the fourth one. Put it somewhere. Potentially in here, actually. Seems pretty doable. I don't want to use this edge for it. I know there's a cut in up here, but it shouldn't matter because there's an overlap. So I choose to believe this is inconsequential. I should probably stop goading future me as much as I do. Oh well. Is what it is. Right. What I may end up doing is not making this out of foam, the sketch model at all. I might end up picking something considerably thinner and rolling with that instead. But for now I have a thing, so whatever. Let's just see where it goes. Because who knows, to be honest. Whack that up there. Cool. That is then the fourth one, which then leaves teeny tiny one last. Gotta be somewhere I can stick this that uses up space that would otherwise be difficult or annoying. And in fairness, this is the most sensible place to put it. Just is. As much as I begrudge using a straight edge for this, it is the sensible place to put it. And this in here. Right, let's roll with that. And then attempt to cut this out. Probably fine. Cool. Okay. So, in theory, if I then assemble this, it's going to be quite chunky, because that's a lot of layers. So, I don't expect this to work out super well, because I think it's going to be too big, to be honest. So, if I lay this on here, it sit about there. Actually, it sits all the way down. It's about there, really. This is going to be carnage. That's fine. I'm okay with carnage. Whack that on there. Then the third sits up where? Sort of here-ish, I guess. I'm just trying to line up the points so that they're vaguely even, to be honest. I will slice and dice after the fact to get everything to actually match up the way it should. In fairness, this is an area in which laser cutting would be pretty huge. At least I can then get everything to be super even. Fourth, this one. If I were to say that was down here, this would be what, like, ish, yeah, about there. So let's do this for a second. But I'm actually just going to pin it from the back. That. That. So that. Get rid of this one. That. Yeah, this is going to be way too thick. But that's fine. It gives me a lot to think about. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the fifth one is the top. Okay. This is the part where it starts getting slightly bigger. That's something else I need to think about, the angles. That's that, so I take this. So it sits up quite high. Let's say about that. Let's say that. Okay. And it's not the worst. Right, then the top piece, which is this one. So extend that to be even bigger. I can always trim it afterwards anyway. I'm not super pressed about it. So that's the fourth. Yeah. Not quite sure how I've managed all of this, but I have. Oh well. So that needs to be bigger still. Let's say it's about that. Yeah, definitely too thick, but the right idea. And it comes all the way up high. And in fairness, is that the worst? Does that matter a whole bunch? What if I were to make this... Let me think. Let's say I were to... I might be able to do something with this. Let's say that's what I'm doing as the base. I mean, yes, it's a friggin' mess. But as far as kind of a demo piece, not the absolute worst. Not good, because it's not been cut out anything vaguely akin to accurately. But also not the absolute worst thing ever. And what's nice is that if they're only joined up the top from the inside, that's a pretty cool effect. Which I like. And they're going along here anyway, so it's not really the end of the world. Not really. There's a chance I might be able to get away with that. Not in its current state, because it's a disgusting mess, but as a general plan, I might be able to get away with it. Let me chop off some of this. For the minute, it is just horrendous. That's better. That is better. Let me try and pin it in place a little bit more on the back. That might cause a little less pain. Right. Let's try and take this in a bit as well. I kind of need to do it from this side, which is going to suck. Yep, totally hacked, but oh well. At least I get a rough idea. That then sits in under that. Comes out to be about the right size, in fairness, so definitely not mad at that. Does then need to be shaped along the top, that's the only thing. Overhang, yes, but does it by the time that's on top? Potentially not, actually. I might just be straight up lying. Might be okay. Might be able to get away with that. Then that's the thing, by the time this is then on, everything gets so much further away. It's not bad, though. It's actually not bad. So I may just tape that where it is, to be honest. Because that's not the worst. Try and have it so that it's vaguely central. Emphasis on vaguely, because nothing about this is actually symmetrical. But it does give me an idea. That's then on there like that. And let's say keep all of these down. All of this down. Done. I can take it from here. In it. This thing on the other side. With the last of the tape on that reel. All righty then. Right. Cool. That's fine. Right. This then sits on top of that. And that. That's actually looking pretty cool. I don't hate that. How easy it is to see. Maybe. Pretty cool. I don't object to that. Not really. Because then from there, it's kind of just filling in the gaps, which is not a big deal. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, top, second, third, fourth, last, and the base plate. They are all essential pieces. They can vibe. Right. Mad progress is being made here. So, I'm not about to lose momentum by getting anything to eat. So, lunch can wait. If I stop, that's it. I will not start back up again. I know myself. Okay, I can straighten this off. Yeah, that's better. Then, let's say we take this up to here. And then, do we need to? No, we can do it from here. Okay. Take it from here. And off where? Like, here-ish? There-ish. Try that. Not a bad guess. And that needs to stay as straight as possible. But the minute it isn't, fine. Pick up a tiny bit more from there. And a little bit more from down here. Let's try that. That's better. So it needs to come off of there. And as it can fit under that anyway. Would have been smart as if I put it under and traced it. That would have been smart. Unfortunately, I am not that. So let's say I took this brush, please. Do the straight edge facing this. Pull that over a bit. And then say that marries up reasonably with that. And then this is where that sits. In and along there. I then cut that. That. That should then fit in there pretty comfortably, which it do. Hell yes. Right. Knowing that, I can put this on here. Let's do this. Do this like that. Slice that. Take this off around here. Not bad. Not good, but not bad. Okay. I have to finesse it, obviously, but as things go, I've seen worse. Okay. So, that's in there, fine. Also have to account for the fact that we've got our slidey under bits. So this, then, looking at what? And about that. So, ruler, make it reasonably straight in relation to that, which is about that. And if I just whack a little R on this real quick, then I know it's the right-hand side. Cut that. That then goes in there, and up at an angle. So from here, and then it kind of loses. Okay. From there, and then up around that sort of angle. Like that. Okay. Fair enough. Then do exactly the same thing. Literally exactly the same. Because I want to have it a couple of layers high to account for this. So yoink, yoink. Do the same. Then that becomes thing. Slots in there. Which is why these need to be thinner, because then it gets real thick in on here. But I can taper those anyway. And taper those. Because otherwise I'm going to have to make this 3. Is it the end of the world if I make it 3? Is it really that catastrophic? I try to make this 3. Will the world end? I did 3 in here. Does it matter a whole bunch? Not necessarily. Question is, do I do it as one big old chunk, or do I faff and taper it? Because I might faff and taper it. And if I were to do that, I would do that, then take a bit off the edge, do that. And then do the same again for this one. And take a little bit more off of that one. Do that, that. Do I mind that being a thing? Because then all I'd need to do is connect that. So, can't find the end to my tape. There we go. Alright. Let's say I slapped these together. Let's do that. And then one more. And see what happens. Who knows? I might hate it. Let's see. And that slots in there. Definitely makes a lot more sense to do it that way. So what I'm inclined to say is, I get rid of this middle one, just have the top and the bottom, and try and angle it, right? So let me whack one of these in here. Some of this. And do the same along here. And then I just take the top one and do the same. That, that. Then, in theory, if I were to take that at an angle, would that solve all my problems? Because it might. It might. Let me slice off a little bit of this. whack that in there. Obviously have to do this better than I currently am, but would it work? Actually, there might be an even easier way of doing this. That. And it's hard to kind of see what I'm doing if I do it like that. It's a good plan, but it's still just difficult to see what I'm doing. So let's not do that. Let's try plan A again. I think. Let's whack some more of this in there. I think I might be making my life more difficult than it needs to be. And what's new, I suppose? Maybe did something akin to that. And more up here. So it's then at a taper. The messiest taper you've ever seen. I just want to know whether this even works before I try and muck around with it. It does work. Not like this, but as a premise, it does work. Okay. All right. I don't object to that a whole bunch. So, what have I got kicking about? Can I use this? Yeah, I can. That. That. Let's do that. This and this. It's a little high, but that doesn't matter particularly. Maybe flatten that out a little bit. It's not quite that aggressive. Flatten it out even more. Better. Where was my original? It's this, right? This is how I gauged that, yeah. Well, then it ends sort of here, right? and I kind of want to continue it up a bit. So let's say we did it up along there. Then let's just flatten that. Well, if I flatten it right off, then I can't screw it up too bad, right? That's the theory. I just go straight, and I can't screw it up catastrophically. And if I say tabs in here, lats there, that's fine. Then that is fine on its own. That can be in there. That's in there. That's the thing, is I kind of do want to have it come up. That's like that. Then, but I don't want it to be that steep. I don't want it to be that steep at all. That's in up there. I'm going to say that comes up like that. And then tomatoes, maybe? Go like that. And then go straight. Maybe. Better. Not quite. A tiny bit. That's better. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I'm okay with that. That being in there is not a massive issue, but also, yeah. So this I'm going to work with next, I think. Let me get rid of a bunch of scrappy bits. Because I don't need them. Get rid of all that. Get rid of all this. Okay. I think this is going to be one of the more useful pieces to do next. Because that fits in there like that. And I want this to continue round. So let's tape this to that. Because that actually makes quite a nice pattern. See how it translates. That's fine for that. But it then needs to come up. Yeah, okay. So at what point does it need to come up? That's up there like that. This is round here like this. It is roundabout. Oh, weirdly, on the folders. About there. Okay. Let's cut that. And tape that and wing it. Let's do that. Do that, see what happens. That goes in there. Okay, that's better. That's definitely better. Thing is, it then needs to flatten out again. So let's take this off straight as I can manage, I guess. Whack that in there. That's better. Okay. That is better. And then I want to take it straight from there, really. Or do I want it to go up a bit more? Maybe up for a little bit more. And then from there, I guess we'll see. So let me pin this here. Like that. So that's in there. Yep. That goes up under there. So actually, I don't want to go at that angle at all. That's in there. This goes up under here. That goes up under there. This then wants to come across like that. That's what this wants to do. So let's do that. So that's up in there. That's up under there. Pencil. You draw where everything sits. That comes up through there. That. And I kind of just want to flatten it off, in fairness. So let's say we take this up here still, and from there, we flatten everything off. Just totally. Let's take it up slightly higher, I think. Slightly higher, take it, flatten it right off all the way along there. I reckon. Then down here, it's got the pointy bit, which makes me wonder whether I do that at all. Okay, well if that's up there, that's in there, that's in there. I kind of need to factor in the other lap bit, which for the right is this. So let's see where this takes me first. Let's whack that in here, that in here, that in there. That comes in there. That, like that, like that. Which is cool. But then presents a bunch of its own questions. Because that is fine, except for the fact that it then changes things. That is pretty much in line with that, which is a good thing, objectively. But depends how I then piece together the back. Because where is the back piece? Did I put it somewhere else? Did I leave it over with these? No, I can't see it over here, which is unhelpful. Okay. Whatever, so I'll probably have to rethink it anyway. Alright, I choose to believe I'm just blind. Whatever. Let me think, because this is going to change how things go together. If that's how I want the back to be, then I need to take these up much higher than they currently are, which isn't a problem. It just means I have to redo that pattern to factor in the scoop, because that is one heck of a scoop. So I think the best way of dealing with this is to have it just come in and under with straps. I think that's going to make my life easier. Okay. Yeah, I think that's going to be the easier way to deal with these. So I originally had it like, oh yeah, let's do shoulder blades or whatever. No, let's not overcomplicate it, right? It doesn't need to be a thing, so let's just not. I were to set A4 bit of paper in there and literally just connect them, what would I need to do to make that a reality? That comes in like that. That comes in like that. Bada bing, bada boom. What I would say is we could be cool with it. We could take it down slightly further. Or do that. Do that. And this, realistically, would be fine. Take. Do we just. It's really. I don't want to take it down along there. Do I? What do I want to do with this? That's a really good question. What if I took it in like this? And unless, no. Let's take it in and down. Let's say I did that. Let's say I did that. Just hypothetically. Let's say I took it from there, just went down with it. That. Then let's also say I did. I can make this nicer. I know it's like that. I draw one of these. I can at least make that neckline a little less meh. Do that. That. Then take it. Definitely not straight because I suck. That's better. Then if I slide that under here, say that is then basically the back pattern. These aren't going to match up because then they were never straight to begin with. So that's honestly whatever. I'm not based on that one. That is then roughly back. until I do this, that, which is then pretty fine, to be fair. I don't mind that, though I will say I think it needs to have more of a angle to it. So let's say make it more like that. That looks better. No, that looks better. Okay. That's then okay, I think. Again, these aren't going to match at the minute anyway, so that's fine. But I can at least pin that up there. And I've got half an idea. So let's take this in up here. Say it's about that. Whack that in there. Just so I have some idea. Then again, darts will be a thing. So they're going to be what? I were to hold that there and bring it in the kind of here. So I will cut that now before I forget. That one of these. That is then the revised back piece. Cool. Fine, I'm okay with that. Main thing is what I then do with this. Because the lower lat's fine. The mid lat also fine. I think I just need to add a piece that takes it higher past that. So if I were to do that, I would say, where do I do it from? Out here, probably. And then in fairness, it doesn't need to come all the way across, because there'll be other bits for that. So maybe I could even go from there. I'd say from about there would be where I'd want to do it. Then just take it up a bit. And then this comes across. Unless I scoop these higher. I kind of can't. It's going to look weird if I do. So let's say I took that from there, added that on like that, till what? Where, what, who, why, how? I don't have to do it exactly like that. Kind of want to get it as close as I can. Yeah, I like that, but it does need... Maybe I just set in a new piece. Maybe that's what I do. extra piece that comes across here and slips in down there. How would I do that, though? Does this go back to the shoulder blades that I just said I wasn't going to do? Because it might, you know. And it's not far off. Not far off. As far as the arm shape, I want to bring it along a bit. And if I then said from there up to there, and then if that's the back piece, whatevs, then I just take it slightly past that line, and then pretty straight along that line. Not the worst. Not the worst. That's too much of an angle. We do it like this. That's pretty okay. So then, that's where the back piece then sits. So I can then really get away with taking it way up to there. Slides under there. Okay. That is not the worst as far as the shape of that bit. This I will then have to mess with, because that cuts off sort of there. I go slightly past that line. Hopefully, I'm then not screwing with it too much. Okay. Right. So in fairness, that then gives me options. Because I want this to be connected to this. That's what I want. I know that's on that. I know that's that. Okay, what I can then do is align that and that. That's meant to be straight. Let's say that is then that. Which is okay. If I can get the chest bit to flip over, that's going to be crazy useful. And comes under. So the back bit kind of needs to be on top of everything else. So I add a little bit extra onto here. That's flat along there. It shouldn't be, actually. should be more like that. So let's say I did that. And if that's along there, I want to fill in that gap also. Unless I did it with this bit. Maybe that'll work. See, that looks pretty nice. I'm okay with that. Yeah. And then it comes under and connects after the fact. So I think the chest needs to be connected to this bit, actually. That's what I think. Chest is connected to this. This is a separate bit that's part of the lats, probably. I think. I think that's going to be the way to play that. So, knowing that, let's say we cut this off of here. We know that this needs to then be part of that. Okay. Let's make that left. Okay. I think this should be a piece. That's going to make my life a little bit easier. Creative license exists, I'm allowed to do it. So let's say that I did. Let's say that I did. So I did that and that. That off of there. And then it's obviously going to present its own issues down the line. But for now, whatevs, I guess. Because if I can do it in one piece, that's going to be really helpful. It does that. I'm probably going to want to put another slit in up there somewhere. That then, don't need that. Holds in like that, holds in like that. Take it from top or bottom. Let's do top. Take it from the top. Slicey slice. Okay. That then does that. Having this stick out is actually not a problem, so I'm okay with that. Take a tiny bit off of here as well. That. Cool. It'll be different down the line anyway, but whatevs. Okay, then let's say theoretically that chest piece then became one whole shebang. Because if I can get this to work, this in of itself is pretty major. Although I am now looking at the time and thinking, I've been going for a while without eating anything. Maybe I should rectify that. But then I know that as soon as I stop, that's going to be it. That's going to be it, and I'm going to call it quits for the day. I don't want to do that. Right. This then will be on the fold. So can I fit that in one of my big tracing paper sheets? Because if I can, that's going to be massive. So I take one of these suckers. Nah, no way. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, but I can't even fit one of these on there. Okay. Fair play. That's going to be too wide as well. Alright, fine. Fine, so be it. I guess I will just tape bits of paper together to make the thing. So, say I did that. Like that. Oh, because it's on the fold. Yeah, it'd be nicer if I could open it out, though, wouldn't it? No, it still won't. No, it still won't. Lame, but okay. Lame, but okay. Hmm. Let's say I started doubling up on a bunch of these. Tape some paper together and see where that takes me. I reckon, if nothing else, I can get the big version of that done. It's one double. It doesn't quite fit one of these. What's the best way of going about this, I wonder? There isn't a whole lot. Let's tape more paper together, and then maybe I'll come up with something. Let's do another couple of these, actually. Let's do this first, and then tape the two together. So I'm going to need quite a lot of surface area for this. And eventually I'm going to have to try and fold it as well, which is going to be a pain. Real pain. But whatevs. As I say, if I can just get the pattern for this done and out the way, that's going to be super helpful. then that's the thing, is it's going to be at an angle, which I won't have enough space for, which is kind of the whole conundrum. Let's tape these together as well. And then, actually no, let's do one more lengthways along here. And then tape those two together as two halves. Because by that point, surely I'll have enough space. I really hope I have enough space by then. And I should probably make that the last thing I do, because I'm also not sure how much battery my mic has left. It's 7 hours from full charge, but this is definitely not fully charged. So, don't actually know. That's still green, so maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. But even so, I should definitely pull it at some point. And then ideally, I'll just end up doing the same sort of thing tomorrow. Probably from considerably earlier. That's the plan. Definitely the plan. Start much earlier. Did not intend to sleep in for as long as I did today. Woke up feeling really gross because of it. And then wound up starting everything late, and it sucked. So I intend to be up my standard sort of time tomorrow to go to the gym, yada yada. And then I've got half a ruddy chance. Right. In theory, that should now be enough space. Yeah. Okay, sweet. Sweet as. So, let me stick these together. At least roughly. Them being exact is not really an issue. As long as the fold line is a thing, then kind of whatever. Okay. And then I'm not super pressed about the other side of it, to be honest. Okay. So if I were to then have this folded in half somewhere, that'll be fine. So, let's attempt to fold this whole thing in half-ish. As long as the fold line itself is pretty straight, then the rest doesn't actually matter a whole bunch, so whatever. This is going to be an issue. Eesh. Right. Unfun, but hopefully that's relatively okay. Okay, that's not terrible. Not the absolute worst. Right. Let's try. He flies everywhere, man. Why? Come on. Give me a break. I just whack this on that fold. Draw around it. And then pray, really. Pray that this works. Or at the very least, it works enough that I can test things and go yay or nay.
Because the ideal would then be to cut out what would be the whole thing in one piece of foam that then makes everything more wearable. That would be the ideal. Okay. Right. Now, let's see. Go with that. Try not to scuff up the edges. Proceed to fail miserably. And this needs to be real straight. Slice this because it's going to annoy me. And that. And this. That. Then, in theory, that opens out into a full life jacket, essentially. That looks about right. So, that is reassuring. What I am going to do is reinforce this line along here, because it's going to make me sweat otherwise. These. That one of these. Same sort of shtick. In and down here. Okay. Then I'll secure the arms as well. And then I'll have to see how things actually look on. I'll have a quick look and then probably call it quits for now. But I've got other things I should do anyway, in fairness. Screw it. The day off, I'm going to play Minecraft. I don't care. Screw it. I've been pretty productive for the past 5.5 hours. So I think that's probably okay. Right. Let me go stand awkwardly in front of the mirror and determine what this looks like. I have to take the mic off again, so apologies. Right. Wind my jacket on. That's why I look. See what I'm thinking. Okay. So, looking at this, I will say, in order for it to sit, actually, might not be too bad. But that bit definitely. For me, sits too high. I think longer as well. I think those are too high. I need to add a strip. That's what I think. If I look at this in the mirror currently, chest pieces are all very well, but that needs to out more. So I think chess pieces are going to sit, should. Everything needs to come out slightly further. So let me awkwardly grab for a pen. Another point sits there. The win of itself, that's where it wants to sit. Out. It needs to sit in, which will then be here. So will then look better. Cut that real quick. Let me see how that looks. Hopefully, slightly better. Hopefully. That's then a lot. So the back looks as pretty terrible. But whatevs. Okay. Right. Let me get a picture of that in the mirror for my own reference. So that I know where this is meant to sit the next time I get to it. That then it's going to
be a future me problem. This looks not too bad. Certainly worse. I'd say that then. Yeah. Drip. Drip. That's then pretty okay. Right. Okay. I'm gonna have to be vaguely sensible about this. Not least because I'm beginning to lose my grasp on reality. Ho hum. It is what it is. Manhandle the mic. Okay, so I've made a fair whack of progress. So I'm not particularly bummed out about calling it quits for now. I can leave all my stuff here because I'm off again tomorrow anyway, so that's then totally fine. I now have this. If I unpin this from here, I have this, which I know fits me, and I have cut to fit me. Because if they're traps, I think my traps are slightly higher than Boris's. So it sits like sort of that on me-ish. So that and that. Then that. That. This is the traps here. Traps there. Traps everywhere. This, I don't like the way this sits. I'm gonna have to mess with that. That's whatever. At current, I know this one is accurate to me. So that is the main thing. Let's say like that-ish, probably. So that, for that, and then triangle on the other side. Yada yada. At least then I have half an idea as to what I'm doing with my life. Now there is a tiny spider crawling across it. Please, sir, do you mind not getting up in my biz? Come on. What about this? Why, oh why, do we feel the need, sir? Look, I'd love to end the stream right now. You're making it real difficult. You know that? Okay. So for now, I have things and stuff. More or less. I more or less have things and stuff. And let's say if I were to do that, it'd be... Let's say it was that. And that. No, more than that.
Done that. This is just for my own satisfaction at this point. There's no reason for me to be drawing these onto here right now. But I'm going to do it anyway. Ah. Good for me. Right. So that then will be that, more or less. Cool. Gives you an idea. Whatevs. This might come in handy later, so I'll keep it. Same with these, I guess. Paper is paper, you know. This I will keep. These I will keep. Keep all of these scraps, because you never know. That's all paper, that's all plastic. Right. I am going to finish tidying everything up, really. And yeah, that's kind of it for now. I intend to be back on this tomorrow. I can guarantee nothing, because that is kind of the story of my life these days. As much as I intend to do X, Y, Z, that's not always how it plays out. So, you know, can't guarantee anything, but with any luck, I'll be back at this tomorrow, and in a much more ready and able frame of being, as I will have been up into the gym and everything will be a little more normal, rather than having to kind of clutch at straws a little bit with everything. So, yeah. But that's kind of where I'm at the minute. So, you know, not bad. Not a bad place to be. It's a bit of a mess, but I have more here than I had this morning. So that's a win as far as I'm concerned. So I will probably go and have something to eat, play some Minecraft, and crash out. But I can do so happily, knowing that I have made a fair dent in the progress that I wanted to, which is good. So yeah, I will be back. Where did I put my phone? I will be back at some point tomorrow, hopefully. And until such a time, I shall catch you later, really. I'm not got a lot more than that. Cool. Sweet. If I am back tomorrow, it'll be early, so I apologize. But, you know, it is what it is. So, see what happens. See how I get on. Should be alright. Should be alright after the gym. That usually fixes pretty much everything. So, yeah. Hopefully, that is what will happen. And yeah. Adios for now. And probably catch you tomorrow. In a bit.